Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. You're now looking at the world's youngest office manager. And
the world's youngest office manager. What an exciting life I'm going to lead.
Here's a dime for the jukebox.
It's funny.
Or the trial.
This is William Shatner's first Twilight Zone episode. And then last night we watched his second Twilight. It's funny because his first Twilight Zone episode is in the second season of Twilight Zone. And then his second one is in the 5th season of Twilight Zone. So it's like right in the beginning and right in the end is when Shatner really shines for Twilight Zone. And they're two of the most memorable episodes. Like, I don't even have to see him to remember in it because it's just like, the Shat.
I think it's wonderful. Let's ask him something else. Really came through on that one. Ask him why he didn't warn
He's so iconic, Shatner, in this episode.
Does she love me? I know the answer to that one.
She's like, do you? You're about to find out.
First millionaire account. Right. Is it really going to be 4 hours before we get out of here?
You're never going to leave.
You may never know. What's that?
You may never know.
He got.
That's when I would immediately stop fucking with that jukebox. Like, nah.
What do you mean we may never know? No, that's not a question. I mean, something will keep us from knowing. Something will happen.
It's like, I'd immediately get upset. Like, no, because this jukebox is playing games with me.
What's that? What do you expect? See, I'm going to have to be the food for an family. Just one more. You mean if we're not?
She's like, clearly, you're already in a fight with the jukebox, and we've only been engaged for 1 day.
It's one question for anything.
I'm going to have to make the stressful decisions in this
That
family.
makes a good deal of sense. How long? No, should we stay here until 2:30?
She's like, is he really going to let a jukebox decide how long we stay here? And he's like, I'm strongly considering it.
There's no question about it.
Oh, dang it.
Let's take a look around the town. Every answer seems to be.
He's like, it can't be a coincidence. Jukebox don't just answer questions. No matter how many pennies you put in them.
If we don't stay in here till 3 o'clock.
Everything is going to go wrong. I could lose my exciting life and future as an office manager. I have so much to look forward to. I won't give that up. Hey, happy Turkey Day. How you doing, sweetie? How's your Turkey Day going?
Don't you want some ice cream?
Are you going to come over here or not? I could throw it at you. I will throw stuff at people in a second.
Here we go.
Trying this Avery Lane Riesling.
Please, let's go.
It's pretty good with any. Happy holiday. On this holiday in the ChronicLoaf stream. It's going good. I've just been chilling so far on my turkey day. Had to start my cooking late, but it's getting going now. So. You know how we feel about macaroni and cheese. I had to get a different brand of pasta, so fingers crossed to the ground.
Well, why was it so specific? Sweetie. If you move soon, that makes a good deal of sense. Try again. There's no question about it. You may never know. You dare risk finding out. It's just a napkin holder.
My macaroni and cheese is legend, and I will not be taken down by like a bad brand of pasta. So, there.
All right, what about my promotion then? Didn't it tell me it has been decided in your favor, isn't it? Okay. Suppose I'm just being stupid. No. You just don't say.
Some years my family just doesn't have macaroni and cheese because I'm not there.
It's like you're married.
They're like, oh well. We shall have to wait.
Bottles in the chandeliers, rabbit's feet and four-leaf clovers in my pockets in the car.
That's respect. Respect for good macaroni and cheese. Only a few people in every family are allowed to make it. Everyone knows that.
You're worried about that. John, I wonder when you act like this.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to upset you. Doesn't change the facts.
What facts?
6 straight answers.
What facts? You mean what the jukebox in the restaurant said? I don't think we can call that facts. Calling that facts seems like a lot. Shatner's looking real good though right here. Like if you watch Shatner in this episode of Twilight Zone and then don't watch season 1 of Star Trek, go watch season 2 of Star Trek. Actually, you could even watch season 1 of Star Trek. Just go like a few episodes in because by season 5, episode like 5 of season 1, he's already got like a girdle on that you can low key see through his uniform, and you'll be like, huh. Like skinny Shatner does not last ever. It can't. It's not a natural thing. It's like when a thick artist or actress like tries to be skinny and you're like, all she got to eat is like 1 helping of mashed potatoes and it's over. It won't last. That's William Shatner trying to be skinny. Hold it. Suck it in till I get this part landed. Okay, we're a couple episodes past the pilot. Slip on that man girdle. More power to a thick brother. Thick brother in arms. Out here trying to live his best life. Just want to sit down for 5 minutes without wearing a waist trainer. Big Willie.
Or told us.
How did?
We're back already. What do you have?
Oh, I'll have some iced coffee, please.
How about you?
Wubba lubba dub dub!
Better turn my,
exactly when that machine.
call it my Rick and Morty down. There we go. But we all know, like, there's nothing natural about a skinny Shatner. Not that you can't love Shatner, just accept him for the thick boy that he is.
Excuse me. Can you give me some pen? Oh, sure.
Also, since we are talking about William Shatner right now, Gwen and I recently, hey boo, happy Turkey Day. Gwen and I recently listened to some of William Shatner's more recent albums. Because Shatner's still making music. No one's waiting for the albums to drop, but he's still releasing them. Hope you're having a good one.
I'm reaching New York all right now.
Hope you're enjoying your holiday.
The chances are good.
I want to buy a William Shatner holiday album. It's on my goals list. Hopefully this year. I can't imagine going through another Christmas without a William Shatner Christmas album.
Get the same kind of answers from any one of these machines in here. Try it.
Same kind, maybe, but not the same answers. But still take 4.
And I'm like, if William Shatner insists on making music continually, then I guess I should buy it. I don't know.
It has already been taken care of.
Let's go then.
Taking off these shoes.
The car's ready.
I had to go out to the store to get some things I forgot last night. And it's raining. Pouring, so I had to wear my waterproofs. Come off it. Nice. Oh my God. Shoes with laces kill me. Like 80% of my shoes are slip-ins for a reason. And the shoes with laces, I'd be trying to make them slip-ins. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Shatner's Christmas album is happening, and also Shatner continues to make music despite no one asking for it. So, despite the fact that you nor I, neither of our moms, we're like, who asked for this? Like, one lady in, I'm guessing, like Pittsburgh, her great aunt is waiting for William Shatner's next album to drop. That's my guess.
It all depends upon your point of view. Even if it's true.
On YouTube, not have a lot of views. I will leave it at that. You can do the exploring on your own. I'm gonna fully drag William Shatner, but I will say it's not a whole lot of views, Big Willie. But you know what? If music is what you love, it's actually a lot like when Will Smith is going to keep putting albums out when he's 80. It's going to be a lot like that. It's probably the same amount of views.
Done.
Equitable.
Let's go.
No.
Equitable amount of views. Imagine how many views Will Smith's rap album is going to get when he's 80.
Please.
It's about how many views William Shatner's getting.
This machine is predicting our future.
Not saying Will Smith isn't more talented musically than William Shatner. I am saying the same amount of people pretty much are waiting for their next albums to drop.
Run your life.
Run my life.
Just a couple people's great aunties. It's about that many. I feel like more people are waiting on the next Mary Mary album
Exactly what you're going to do.
than the next Will Smith album, and that's a deep gospel cut.
You'll just stay
For those of you who know.
Now it's telling you where you're going to live.
Like if that dropped right now, a lot of our aunties would turn the fuck up. They'd be like, raise your hands for Jesus.
can decide
pulling
your
out
own
all their old Kirk Franklin dances.
minds. Wonderful mind. Don't destroy trying to justify that cheap penny fortune machine to yourself. We can have a wonderful life together. Make it wonderful. Ourselves.
I think actually where Christian radio makes their mistake
You
is
wanna know what's
not
going
playing
on?
the music like Will Smith.
Oh,
That's really where they make their mistakes, because Will Smith would like super invest if they did. He'd be like, why am I not investing in Christian radio?
No. It's all right.
Get in on that Christian radio game.
You're right. I'm a jerk.
He would if they were playing his music.
you wonder.
And that's half the world's biggest.
So you know why they're not thinking it through? Mostly owned by white people. And most of the people who make like the clean, really good
That's right. Let's go
hip hop music,
drive out
it'd be like Prince,
and go where we want to go.
Will Smith,
Anytime we please.
like super black people. So
I love you too.
Christian music is not ran that way.
Okay. Thanks. Go all back now.
That's why they're stuck in that rut. Oh goodness, another guy praying to the jukebox.
Can we ask some more questions? I think we might leave Ridgeview today.
Oh my God, William Shatner does seem like he should have been a child actor. He definitely seems like a guy who kind of learned his overacting from child acting, and yet somehow didn't.
Two people permanently enslaved by
But you do feel like that should be his backstory.
facing the future.
He says like he was a child actor, but it's like his child acting was like acting when he was 19.
With confidence. Having escaped.
You're like, that's not child acting. Like, that's, I mean, you're a baby, but in life. Oh. Let me check my bank account. Let's see. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll do it that who's always doing to me. Do a video call. My mom is newly addicted to video calls. And I'm like, I don't have stable internet here. So one thing that I really have tried to do with the annual ChronicLoaf Twilight Zone marathon is different episodes of the Twilight Zone every year, because my goodness, are there a lot. There are just so many episodes of Twilight Zone. It's impossible to watch them all in one day. It's absolutely impossible, which is why if my stream really gets busy, a lot of times it'll turn into requests for me to keep it going for 2 and 3 and more days. And I'm like, I have to turn off Twilight Zone eventually, people. Like, I can't, especially when we're on the Rabbit platform. Like, there was so much traffic on that site that people would just keep coming in, and I would have like 25 to 30 people in my room for days just trying to watch the Twilight Zone. And I'm like, I have to watch other shows. like we have a schedule in here that is comprised of other things. They'd be like, no. But you also meet so many people who love the Twilight Zone, and then they come back because they realize this is a room where we do regularly watch the Twilight Zone, because we put the Twilight Zone a lot at night. And there's some days when we just are like, you know what? Twilight Zone today. especially a lot of Waiting Wednesdays and a lot of Sci-Fi Saturdays. We'll just do Twilight Zone. So once people realize that we have Twilight Zone days in here, then they make this like a stream that they like to visit, check out, see if we're watching Twilight Zone. So we've met a lot of people that way. And like today, Zero, one of my regulars who I've been able to be on a lot since we changed platforms, he came in the stream because we actually met on my first stream, Twilight Zone marathon, ChronicLoaf marathon. And he became one of my 24-hour ChronicLoaf. And so when I was planning this year's event, I like emailed him personally, and I was like, I hope you're gonna be there. It's like family tradition. He's like, of course, and make sure I'm there somehow, some way. And it's like, there are people who like we've spent every year doing this, and I try to make sure they're there every year. So let me get my other phone. Hey. I think I'm gonna have to go back to my childhood days and be this football gun just for messing with this guy. He's over there shaking his head no, but like he's not opening his eyes or making himself less of a victim or a target, is he? My dad taught me well. One thing we know how to do in this family is prank the fuck out of people. Relentlessly. They're quite annoying. So let's see, first I was getting this link here. I burn myself all the time. We're talking about burns in the chat. I burn myself so much. I actually have like a burn here on my inner thigh, which I talked about on one of my streams months ago, that I got from like cooking without pants on, which is a habit that I do all the time. Like literally, the only reason today I'm going to be cooking with pants on is because I got dressed earlier. But it's a terrible habit that I 100% maintain by not liking to wear pants. But I'll like, the smart thing to do is, even if you don't like to wear pants, just put an apron on so that you won't, it like covers the burn zones pretty much. Like I mean, it's that simple. Just like put an apron on. I have aprons. I'm just a silly bitch. So I've allowed myself to be vulnerable. And then, you know, grease pops up. The next thing you know, you have like a weird shaped, almost in your thigh burn. And you're like, it's grease. You're like, I don't really want to explain how I got hot grease there. Like, but it was silliness. That was, silliness is the way. Oh my God. Okay, he deserves it. He deserves it. One second. Man, I didn't get a direct target. That was close though. Next time I'm going to get it direct. Okay, found my next weapon. So I'm ready to go. I wish you would.
I'm trying to find my turn my Facebook.
is a birth control pack, but when you like throw it like, you know, a saucer disc.
Becomes deadly.
Exactly.
Becomes a batarang.
Basically. A BC orang. Huh? I'm not waiting and I'm not lying in wait for you to become susceptible to victimization at all. No, go ahead, doze off. I'm not waiting. You can't even keep one eye cracked open. Not at all. I'm gonna get him right in the forehead. I have my glasses on, so that'll help my aim a little bit. Time was I didn't really set an aim, you know. I just recklessly threw it. I won't make that mistake. You'd have to be awake for that. You'd be exhausted. Oh yeah, I packed this. I brought. I'm using my most American pipe today. My fuck the police pipe. You gotta yell at him. Like, ooh, so avant-garde. So existential. So surreal. What is my chair stuck on? No, it was the cabinet. There we go. Just hold a bit. Sarah, my Sarah bear. I mean, I put it up there, but it fell off a couple times. I'm pretty sure it's on right there, and you just didn't look at all. Happy Turkey Day, girl! Hallie, my favorite, cutest, most wonderfulest bitch. See, I can see it. Is that it? No, that's something else. Brown and dark. I just saw it up here earlier. Because I picked it up like twice before we went to the store. I just had to go to the store, get the last stuff I need. So, family stress. I suggest it to everybody who wants to keep their skin looking fresh. And like age gracefully, like avoid stress lines. You know, consider staying home. Like, I'm not at my mom's house, and you know what's at my mom's house? My gorgeous, beautifulest, most adorablest niece, Maya, is horribly sick with the flu, and I would have to hug her and comfort her and spend time with her while she's sick, knowing that I'm going to come home with all her germs all over me, and then I'm going to get horrifically sick for weeks. She'll probably get better literally one day after I leave. One day after I leave, she will be better. And then I will be sick for a whole month. I'll be sick for a full month at least. I probably have to go on 1 or 2, probably 2 rounds of antibiotics to get better, get like full bronchitis. But my beautiful, amazing, sweet, adorable niece would be like, Auntie, TT, it made me feel so much better. Thank you, Tia, for spending all this time with me. It was amazing. I'd be like, I guess I have to do it. But then I come back like death. It is snowing there now. Yeah, that looks pretty in pictures. You know how much my joints would be hurting? I couldn't go outside and enjoy any of that shit. I'd be inside in pain. Like, I wake up like, why am I hurting so bad? I feel like a skeleton, but a broken one. Because it's snowing. Ooh, thank you for the nail compliment. This is my holiday nail. See, my nails are enjoying the snow. It's figurative snow. It's as close to the snow as I want to get. It being on my fingers. That's it. It doesn't need to be close to my joints or my muscles, my ligaments. The snow could leave all that alone, because as soon as I get close to that stuff, I start falling apart like an old-timey zombie. So, love and happy holidays to my family that is having a white Thanksgiving. Girl, right? I'm already in pain with just this rain. It is already killing me. It's making me so slow and so tired. I cannot imagine actually being up in the high desert where it's snowing. When she sent me the pictures of that snow, I was like, that is so pretty from a distance. I'm like, God, I really make all the right decisions not going there. Thank you, Jesus. Like, oh, I would have been a nightmare. I'd be in so much pain. Like, they can enjoy it, but I would have been like, I'm going to need double the weed. Immediately, because yeah, you have that amazing shower that has like the bench in it, so you could just like really marinate in the hot air. See, I ain't gotten a seated shower yet, which is terrible. So I've got heat in the back and the front of my apartment right now being generated. And I already got the oven on preheating. I don't even know what it's preheating for right now. I'm just like, I'm gonna fuck warm up this apartment. It's preheating for me. I'm preheated. Like a Cornish game hen. No, but it's cold. So that's why I was mad I had to go to the grocery store today. I was like, I don't want to be outside. Rain is cute inside. Like, people who are like, I love rainy days, splashing in puddles. I'm like, you took it too far. Like, you took it too far when you said splashing in puddles. Like, we're adults. Let's keep our shoes dry. All right? Like, who has galoshes? Like, who has like real rain boots in California? Children. And adults
jumping puddles.
Okay, like my niece, she be killing them puddles in her real rain boots. Adults don't have those. They'll cost $60, $80. And you're like, I'm buy $80 boots. Like, they're gonna be above the thigh. Like, they're gonna be leather. I'm gonna have a nice boot, a heel. Like, I'm gonna get a cute boot. I'm gonna spend $80, $100. I'm not gonna spend $100 on some rain boots that I could wear in California just like a short time amount a year. I mean, of course, unless the water levels keep rising, in which case me and my gondola business will get a lot of use out of those rain galoshes. Nobody steal my gondola business idea.
In
Thieves.
In Venice.
Patent pending.
Like you stole from the Italians.
And still, I appropriated because we're going to be appropriating their water problems. It's happening in Florida. Okay, Florida is literally like raising their cities and shit to do the same stuff. Like they're using Venice technology to deal with their water problems, and that's when I realized I was like, oh shit, California beach cities are gonna have the same problems next. Because it started in Florida. Florida's already having huge. Florida's spending millions and millions and millions of dollars. They talk about how climate change is something we should focus on. Florida is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on new levees and literally raising the whole state's like borders because the water levels have risen so fucking high. It's such a problem. They're like, I don't know how people are going to, how the city is going to continue to function, how like the coasts are going to continue to be here. Like the coasts are going to stop. It's going to stop being a coast and just be under the sea. And there's going to be a new coast unless they lift it. So they're going to like use like Venice technology. You know how Venice is like up on stacks? They're like going to lift it like that. And it's like, you're going to put it on hydraulics? Yeah, they're like, yeah, they're going to put it on hydraulics. And they had a hydraulic system tested. The problem was that part of the technology was flawed, so it had a rust problem, I guess. To like get a new system drawn up before they could put it in, which did save millions of dollars by not putting in the wrong system. But still, they're still going to be spending hundreds of millions of dollars to lift up like a damn state. And it's like, what? What? We can just spend dollars on the environment. Like, no. Climate change isn't real. Which is why there are some representatives in Florida who 100% will fight for and be like, climate change is horrible. We need to do something. My citizens are drowning. And some who are like, it's fine.
It has to happen.
And they're like, is it happening? The ones next to them are like, it's
Galoshes
definitely
are blowing
happening.
up.
Yeah, the ones next to them in galoshes are like, it's definitely happening. The
Yeah,
water's
the
at mid calf, but like soon you won't need a mid calf boot. You're gonna need above knee. And they're like, it's serious. So, like Florida is pretty indicative of what all the coasts are gonna have to do right now. And so when I was like, if Florida's water is rising, Louisiana has cities already where people paddle to work. The water has risen like that. And they're like, I guess we just live like this now and nobody's saying shit. Because they already had a bayou. So people just made it like, that's just the bayou. Like, you know, like it extended. Right? Like, no, it didn't extend. Like that's new water. This is street sign. You just paddled past it. It's at eye level. Like, that's not regular. Like, so that's when I was like, ooh, you know what's a good investment? Buy gondolas now. So that when that happens in California and the street signs are eye level, you show up and you're like, who needs a ride to work?
Then you need to sing to them.
Boom. Ready with the business. See, that's why you have to be on top of these things ahead of time. You have to already have your storage space filled with gondolas and paddles so that when the water comes in, you're like, only nigga that was prepared. Like everybody else was chilling. I was buying gondolas. You're like, y'all should have been thinking. So it might be an appropriative business, but it's a business that I had to appropriate it because our environment appropriated their problem. So it's like we became a sinking city. Like that's why I appropriated your gondola. They won't mind. I'm gonna have to buy the gondolas for them. They're the only ones that make them. Italy needs the money, right? they need the economy boost. So like they're not going to be mad to be getting all this gondola business. It's the shipping that's going to kill you. Shipping the gondolas from Italy to here. That's going to be the killer. It's going to cost almost as much for the gondola as to ship it here.
You're one of those guys.
Really, it's going to, I bet you it's cheaper to order them in bulk and have like 50 gondolas shipped here at once than to get one gondola shipped here at a time. That's how they screw, that's how they screw small businesses. But then it's not Italian made, it's American made. And then the Italians don't get the money. So what I would have to do is like import Italians then? That seems expensive too. Getting visas and everything, even work visas, that's a lot.
You're crazy.
This business is taking on a lot of work. It was supposed to be easy. Now I'm importing Italian men. Okay, if they're hot, now maybe it's worth it. Okay, do we get to do like a tryout with the Italian men where they have to like go on a runway? Okay, is this sexual harassment? Because it's in the workplace? I guess we can't have them try out on a runway for a job. Yeah, that's not fair unless they're models. And since they're building the gondolas, they can't be models. See, there's no way to make this fun. It's just going to be expensive now.
Put a negative everywhere.
So I guess I'm going to have to get some hipster gondola made by some guy named Chad and his brother Marcus. From like a place that doesn't even have water. So I'm thinking like Fremont, Wisconsin. Not
real expensive.
That'll be cheaper, but it'll be cheaper than shipping it from Italy. The gondola will be more expensive, but the shipping will be so much cheaper that'll be worth it. That's the thing. Because the thing is that the gondola won't be the killer. It'll be that the shipping will cost as much as the gondola. Shipping is where they fucking kill you. That's how they get the small businesses. And you see, I only think like this because I've been trying to run a small business for so long that I've been fucked so many different ways. Like where you're like, I have a dream. Crush it. It's like, you don't have any money, bitch. It's like, that's pretty much how like having a dream always goes when you think like, oh, I have a dream. It's like, do you? Like, oh God. You're like, guess I don't. Guess I never did. Did I ever have a dream? God. Sorry I said anything. Well, I'm doing. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be video stalking this mother figure. Look at how I said that all cordially and politely. Oh, what the heck? No, I did not agree on this. The app I need is not on here. Yeah, I'm not logged into Facebook, so I have to do it. How dare Facebook try to make me do things? Okay, it didn't make me log on. I finally got a memory card for my phone, which is going to make my life so much easier because I'm always doing these, right? And it takes up so many memory on my phone. But the thing is, like, then I have to stop and like download them, blah, 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 blah. So annoying. But now, I'm memory card on my phone. Problem, reason why I didn't have one before was I could not find where to put a memory card on my phone. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me.
No, I'm not put that on your phone.
And there's only like one place to put a card on the phone, and they told me that's where the SD card goes. And I was like, oh, so I guess there's just nowhere to put a memory card. So me and Gwen finally a couple weeks ago opened the SD card part up. We slide out the tray, the SD card, tray also has a spot for a memory card. This is what happens when your mom buys your phone without you there. and then you just don't know how your phone fully works, because there were just some things that you kind of needed to specifically ask them, because there are things that I specifically will nitpick and bother people about at the store, because I'm like, I may never get to ask this again unless I go back into a store, and I don't want to deal with that shit. And she just didn't know to ask and nitpick about. So I went for a very long time not knowing that I could put a memory card in his phone and being pretty upset about that. Come to find out I could. This whole time. Oh, year later, memory card in it. Year and a half later? Year and 5 months later. Memory card. So this phone is almost basically extinct now, because phones only last 2 years. So, and it's funny because people will still be like, "Oh, your phone must be nice." It's like, no, it can't be, because I've already had it a year.
Like, I'm already trying to upgrade.
Yeah, it's like I've had it a year. I don't know anything about any new phones. I don't pay attention to that at all. So it's not like there's a phone I want. There's no phone that I want at all. I just know that my phone must be old, because it's been a year now. I know that on Instagram, you can post a story and you could add a music to it. Only some phones can do that. That's what I found out from Instagram, because I was like, why can't my phone do that? Like, so occasionally my phone is allowed the gift of being able to add music to a story, but it's not regularly allowed to do it. And so I had to go on to like the Instagram site and look up why it can't regularly do it. They're like, it depends on your phone. That's all it says. It doesn't tell you what features of your phone or what it has to do with the phone. It just says it depends on your phone. So that's it. It depends on your phone, period. So basically, I need a newer phone to be able to even access all the features of Instagram. Instagram's a dick. If I haven't said that enough times before, which I know I have. For many other reasons. This one is wasting my whole life. No, not now. Okay. It's so funny the people you find on Facebook sometimes. Could you not shake the whole camera thing? Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know why it has to be on. Hello? Okay, can you please check your text? I texted you like an hour or two ago. Can you please check it, please? Because I'm working and I can't call you from that phone or text you, but can you please check your text? It's important. It's regarding my work. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Thank you. All right, bye. My mom is always like, well, just text me or call me. It's like, but you don't ever know where your phone is and aren't by it. It's like, then you'd be like, I did call you 3 times. She's like, oh, well, I was outside and I left my, like, why have a cell phone? Like, it's a cellular phone. Take it with you. It travels. There's no cords. It's charged up. It's not attached to a base. But if anybody else doesn't have their phone, she literally dies. Like she never existed in it. How come parents react like they never existed in a time when there weren't phones? Like, you didn't answer your phone. I didn't know where you were. Why didn't you answer your phone? You're like, you lived for 35 years in a time when phones didn't exist. How are you this panicked? like, you never had a phone for most of your life. Why are you this upset? You should be calm. You should be like, oh, well, couldn't use the cell phone this time. C'est la vie. Like, but they act like they don't know what they're going to do. Like, you just got this technology a decade ago. How are you this dependent? I mean, I literally almost never didn't have it. I've had it since like junior high. But you've had it since you were 35, like older than I am now. And you're so reliant? They're like, yes, this last decade and a half has really changed me. This last 1/4 of my life, this has been the determinant. Now answer your phone or I will die. Let me check this food.
This shit was crazy.
Big. I got my pot for my green thankfully. But it's still not as big as I want. I want one of those pots like at the store. That's what I need, like a tamale pot.
For the greens?
Yeah, 100%. Because
That
you
was
saw,
a steamer, right?
yeah, because you saw those greens I had. You saw those greens, right? It's not actually a lot. Because when it cooks all down, it just feels like barely this.
Like halfway of that?
It just looks like a lot.
It's a lot to begin with.
Yeah, it
So
just looks like a lot to begin with. It just shrinks all down. That's why it's like you need a big ass pot to start. But in the end, it shrinks. So I need a big pot, but
I need a lot of pot too.
I need a lot of pot. That's why I was like, I'm not tripping, but I might I'm not her big ass pie. That's what I might do tonight. No. And I really appreciate though that she did a last wipe out for left. That's why I got 3 hens though, because I'm making a hen for Glenn.
Yeah. I figured. A hen for Gwen.
I said that's why I got 3 hens because I'm making one for Gwen too.
Good.
Even though she's eating at her mom's house, I know she'll want some leftovers here. Like she loves my macaroni and cheese and stuff.
Hey, man.
You know, and it's better with them.
Put me down. I'm not gonna sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
My head.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you saying? She loves your mac and cheese.
I have red wine in here too if you want something else to drink.
Huh?
I have red wine in here too if you want something else to drink.
No, I just do it enough. Tell you. Need help with anything though?
No, if I do, I'll let you know though. Right now I'm good. Antonio, don't bark. It's just the neighbor. Antonio. Is it the same episode?
You know, that's one of the like pictures of the horse races.
Huh?
They take a picture of the horse race or something, and like they predict like who's gonna win,
Oh yeah.
and then they won a lot of money.
Yeah, with the camera.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Out, puppy. Out. so hard to convince people to treat poultry seriously, but even poultry packaging often tells you to like keep raw poultry separate from all other food until it's completely cooked.
Yeah.
It's literally legal, folks.
Did you see that in Japan they eat like raw chicken?
Huh?
In Japan they eat like raw chicken.
They don't eat raw chicken in Japan.
I've seen it.
It's not true.
Yeah. You know, over there they have like chickens that are all like clean and everything.
That's not true. What dish is it?
It's like chicken sashimi or something.
There's no such thing as chicken sashimi.
Yeah.
They have,
Why did they all jump out the window?
look it up on YouTube right now.
Would you eat it though?
Huh?
Would You eat it?
1 second.
Chicken sashimi.
Oh, 1 second. I need to add these. So, enjoy. Huh? So the episode changed. Thanks for your help tonight. Baby. Antonio, why are you barking? Are you just being a little barky boy? For barky reasons? Of barkiness? Because no one appreciates that. No one and their mom. What are you watching? Did you say someone making raw chicken?
Chicken sashimi in Japan.
Oh, chicken sashimi?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck, no. Oh. Same issue. Oh. Okay. I see it's going to be that kind of day. Hello? Yeah. My family is just so disrespectful. I'm not going to get into it. I'll just leave it at that. I need to get these. do me a favor real quick?
Yeah.
Well, actually, you don't have to do it right now.
What happened?
I'll do it in a little while. Because I was going to ask you to tie up this trash, but then I thought about it. I was like, actually, I would like you to tie up and clean out the trash. So you can do it in a little while. So we can do it both.
Why are you still gonna throw stuff out?
Yeah, I'm going to need a whole empty one.
They won't even throw it out right now.
You don't have to do it this moment.
Let me know.
You got a little time. This Santa's being real dramatic. That's what we do know. There's a dramatic Santa in the house. His beard's barely hanging on. That's why I drink. Santa's going through things. Santa has problems too, kids. Time for you to learn about that. Maybe learn about some of Santa's problems for a change.
What's the matter with Santa?
I don't know. He's tripping. He's going off. He's in a tiff. I gotta play this episode on Christmas. They're like, why is Grandpa in a tiff? Why is Santa feeling some kind of way? Santa has definitely caught a mood. That's what we do know. Mall Santa is not feeling very happy this year. Mall Santa said, I will not be ignored anymore. You will not walk past me and go into your Eagle Outfitters and your Sunglass Huts and your wet seals without acknowledging me any longer. Wet seals still thing. Those hens are almost a crossing. I think we actually knew what leaks were. Most people don't. Yeah, most people do not know what leaks are. And when you send them to the system, are just totally lost on like what to even look for or where. Like, what is a leak? Oh, nice. Perfect. Slicing garlic cloves. A little slicing on. Let's see if I can angle you to see. Put a cutting board down here. As of tomorrow, actually, I'll be switching to new camera I ordered on YouTube, and it's the same camera, but it'll be mine. So Gwen can go back to using hers. Thank you so much, Gwen, for letting me use your camera because you're the bestest friend and roommate. To help the stream, but my new camera stand, it doesn't have as much height adjustment at all, really, but it does have neck rotation. So now I have that option, which will be awesome sauce. I'll probably be ordering another stand too, so I'll have height options and neck rotation, you know? But the neck rotation is going to give me a lot more angles, which has been a big issue, especially when I'm trying to do stuff like point down at the table right now. So you guys can see like certain weird stuff I'm doing, or like right now, the cooking stuff I'm doing. I actually could do a lot of cooking stuff out here because I have cooktops that are convection cooktops that we can use anywhere. And we have, but without the neck rotation, it's like it was going to make it so hard to see it anyway, we realized. We couldn't really find a feasible way to set it up so you guys could see it. You know, I think next year I'm gonna work on my precision cutting. The reason I haven't is honestly just because I haven't had a good night's set, and it's just really hard to keep your cuts really good when you have no really good mind. People do not understand difficulty. It's dangerous. You can hurt yourself. You can and will 100% cut the tip of the finger off if you're not careful using dull knives to do sharp knife stuff. So that's probably some valued lessons. Yep. Get a whole clove out of here. I actually want to look at these because I actually need some whole cloves for things later, so I need to see which cloves are the most intact. Okay, and then pick the least intact clove to break down. It's like it is nice using the peeled garlic. That is less laborious or laborious, however you choose to it. But it is also good to throw in some just peeled, super fresh from the head garlic as well. Despite the labor. Antonio, stop it. I'm literally about to climb on my laptop. There we go. Finally. Okay. Finally, I can start the new Twilight Zone series. Let me announce it. Puppy, come on. Thank you. Of course, he's laying all up in my cords. All up in my cords. Okay. I'll just go and announcing this. This is way later than I wanted to start this because I know people wanted to see it, but I had to start it later because issues with the CBS. What can you do for a Klondike bar? What can you do for a Klondike bar? Damn, this clove does not want to peel. It is giving me all the issues. Thank you. Oof. Fun. And for a slightly damaged clove. This one, easy. I'm like, as much as I pop these motherfuckers, that shit should have just slid off. Up. Let's see, might have to do a little dig cut. Hate to do it, but have to. Got it. Ah. There we go. I want these in really thin slices, so. Trying to be careful. That's not thin. There it is. Now it is. Oh yeah, I forgot this episode has Tracy Morgan in it. I swear I watched so many episodes of so many years, I should say, of 30 Rock that it's like hard to keep his names on the series straight. Like actors hate when you like mix up their TV persona and real life name a lot of the time, but you're like, then why did you pick them that were the same, almost exactly the same? Because it's very difficult. It's a struggle now. I like how once you win an Academy Award, you're like forever introduced as Academy Award winner. They're like, why would we waste it? Why? Okie dokie. That's Morgan. Oh, shit. Dang it. I hit him, but bounced off of him. Went behind the bed. Now I'm going to have to go get down there. That's a chore. Antonio, stop it. Literally barking at blinds whistling a little bit. Okay. Stop.
Happening. And
Man, Thanksgiving has turned into a very angry time. I feel like if it's this hostile, just don't do it. I mean, one of the top things trending under Thanksgiving is Thanksgiving clapbacks. And I'm just like, that's a lot. You know? I'm not saying you don't need them sometimes, but I am saying that's a lot. It's like, wow, that's the top thing trending. We're tense. That's what we do now. Maybe everyone should chill a little bit on both sides. I've seen both sides clapping, as it were. Oh, shit. I got a bag of onions that was deceptively good. I had two daddies hide. It's almost like they were placed in there purposely to hide the bad. I would love to see like a documentary exposing bagged vegetables. Like, oh, they tell us how to play some. And how many bad ones you can get into a bag before somebody will get an attitude. Like, no, they'll let that mini slide. Like, you can get away with 2 bad ones and a questionable per bag. My eyes water. Wow. This episode was really a trip. This first episode of the new Twilight series. It takes comedy to such like a literally influential place.
This is Twilight right here.
This is the new Twilight Zone series directed by Jordan Peele. It's really good. I was like, well, we shall watch and see how good it is. Even with Jordan Peele, I'm like, we'll see. I'm not just going to assume Jordan Peele can do no wrong. Okay, Antonio, I'm coming. I hear your little baby wolves about to get up. It's just that when I get up, I have to do several things at once. So give me a moment, puppy. Pack of bacon. I think we need a little more. At least half pack. Collards is greens is most definitely one of my biggest things. Oops. Much trash. Trash. This is good. Antonio, don't eat parsley. Well, Antonio, you're walking around there whining. What were you walking around there whining for? What you doing? Out of the kitchen. Out. There we go. There we go. Ooh. He took that some kind of way. He cannot handle heckling anymore.
What's your name? What's everybody's name? Big out work after a long day of Thanksgiving guys are like, oh, we're gonna go to a comedy club. We're gonna heckle the comedian.
Getting these greens together. A little bit focused right now, but it's because I'm like, if you know anything about time and how long greens take, you know this still has hours to go. So really don't want to.
Raw chicken.
Okay, so show me the sashimi chicken video. Prove to me that's real. If you go to sleep again, I'm gonna get you. Throw a turkey leg bone at your head. Huh? It's the #1 like chart topping hit that you have. I'm not gonna go to sleep anymore. Never true. To the Twilight Zone. That's where they went. They went to the Twilight Zone. I love that all the comedians are like the opposite of allies when it comes to like trying to escape via your conscience in this scenario. They're just like, I don't know what you want me to tell you, but like if you have the talent to succeed, you better ride that shit. Uh-oh. The episode.
Why? Why? Did I want to spread joy? Did I want the world to be a better place? No, it's because I'm a garbage can. These thoughts of money and validation empty right into me. I want people to come up to me on the street and ask for help me. I don't even get up to know who I am. I just want them to think I'm somebody. And I wanted to have it so much that I wanted to think of it. I want them to come up to me and I want to be like, don't you know I'm just a garbage can who wants to live my own life? Why do I want
I want people to come up to me and ask me for a selfie so that I can be like, don't you know that I'm a garbage can that just wants to live there? Uh. This is like the most honest confession a celebrity could ever give. I love him so much for playing this comedian because he's a real comedian. And like so many comedians, they'll be like, hello, I'm clearly in a narcissistic, never-ending search for like other people's reinforcement that I'm okay so that I can have self-esteem. Like clearly self-esteem from a cloud's applause. Otherwise, why would I be up here in front of a cloud that could applause for me? I wouldn't need that. That's why like I avoided streamings for so long because I didn't actually want to stream. I wanted to set up shows like other people could run. Because I actually don't really want to be in front of cameras. Mostly because I just want to do whatever I want with my life and don't want to be beholden to anyone. And once people recognize you, you can't do that.
I'm gonna go throw out the trash yet.
Yes, please.
So
Just remember that I need to get a mashed potato smasher and I forgot, so at some point I'm gonna have you smash up potatoes. Oh no, I can put them through there. I'll have you do that. They'll come out super creamy. That's why she didn't have mashed potato masher.
mashed potatoes masher.
We get so used to not mashing them, and it's like smushing them. We smush. We don't mash. We smush.
Mashed potatoes.
We smush potatoes. In this house. So many greens. Two packs of collards. And a pack of mustard. Two packs of mustard. And a pack of mustard. And a pack of carrots. Start. Oh. Oh. The collards kind of got me. No, too much small bone gristle on there, I think. Small bone part of it. Rinse this off. We don't cross-contaminate with poultry up in. What are you groaning about?
This is shot. Oh, secretly.
Mm-hmm. secret bad, honey. Oh, damn. I do not have enough paprika. My bad.
Who's trusting?
All the way to the end. You'll see.
To the parking lot.
Lock it. Yeah, sometimes they lock it. It's probably not going to be locked because it's a holiday. But if it is locked, it's going to be one of these two little baby keys. One that opens it. I think it's a silk one, I think, but I forget. I always forget. Thank you. Let me know if you need a double bag it or something. Let me know if you need a double bag it or something. Some years I actually get really OCD and which is really what takes the most time. I'm going to try not to spend a whole lot of time doing that this year. But it really just makes for such things when you take the time to remove the stems. Antonio, stop. See, and then once you have the full leaf like that, Antonio. Antonio, stop trying to go in the kitchen. They had some really big, healthy ones at Vaughn's. What I did was I went to Vaughn's and I went to the grocery outlet right next door to me, basically, which I love. They have like really great prices on stuff, but you never know like who's gonna have the best quality on what. A lot of times Vaughn's has the better produce. That's just the facts. Facts are the facts. Antonio. My phone on the charger. Hold my nails so I don't puncture the leaf. Good better. Antonio, stop. Come here. Stop. Come here. Stop. The stems take the longest to cook too.
Greens.
Yeah. Very. I could feel it freezing the entire time the door was open. Letting all the heat out. All my heat. Ow. Antonio.
I'm Justin. Sorry,
Antonio.
we have sequence. Absolutely.
Out of the kitchen. Out. Oh. I love this episode because I'm so this guy. God damn it. Oh, God. Let me get this one on the charger. I forget. Mess myself up. Hey, fine. Are you gonna finish the swallow of beer you left in here?
No, that was
Thing.
there was blue.
No, when you opened it. I just know you didn't finish it. So let's throw it away. Swallow.
Hey, what was that top thing? Oh,
Wine stopper.
what do I do with your keys?
Key. My first.
Huh?
I say key box or my purse.
Key box it is.
Do me a favor and put that on the kitchen table. Thank you.
How about the milk roller?
Put that on my bed. I'll deal with it later. You should actually watch this show. It's very good. This guy is on a plane and he started listening to an audiobook about a plane crash that happened. And the plane crash started describing the flight that he's on and everything that was happening on his flight, everything the flight attendants were doing, everything that the pilot was saying, literally the name of his flight. I would be the most inappropriate person. Like, no. It's gotten very meta. I feel like I'm in the book. Antonio, what are you doing? So then it starts talking about him. Like,
His name came out.
yeah, like he clearly, in his messiness, trying to stop the flight, clearly became involved in the incident. Of course, several people caught video of him making that incident. That video was uploaded online. And he was, before, who he was looking for was the air marshal. But of course, he was assuming the air marshal would be some like Marine looking guy. Which, I mean, they usually are former Marine military people, but you can't just assume like it's going to be some big guy. Antonio. I would say and it really gives you like, this episode really gives you a unique look at like books and documents that like record the past, and how it's like no matter how well we try to record the past, we can only what happened sometimes when there's no one to give an account of what happened. Are you watching?
Oh,
He told him he's a pilot. He could save them. And he was like, but I don't know how to get into the cabin, the pilot's cabin. And the guy was like, I know the code. I saw the pilot enter it.
What happened?
Watch this part.
Don't worry about it. What happened? I don't know. Oh, he's the one that kills him. He's the one that takes over the plane.
He gave the pilot that
I'll go over there later.
kills everyone. And that's the thing. He was listening in the book, and they were like, they don't understand what happened. They were like, it's like the plane suddenly lost control. The pilot said the last thing the pilot did was radio in to say, "Good night, New York." He sends in this weird message. And then the plane goes down and everyone died and was never heard from again. And they were like, why? They're like, the message from the pilot doesn't make much sense. So they weren't really able to determine what happened. And here's the question. Did the guy kill them because he wouldn't let shit go? Or did the book kill them because he got his hands on a recording of their flight early? I love how last minute the guy realizes it. But I feel like I would have made the same mistakes. Color.
Still surviving the plane, right?
I'm so mad he picked up the headphones. He's like, hey, I didn't kill everybody. Like, no, you didn't. You definitely killed everybody. You definitely did.
I tried to save us.
I'd be like, it was the podcast.
You should try to save them.
He truly is. Like, had he just sat in his seat and shut the fuck up. You know, it is such a hard time to tell when is the time to shut the fuck up and when is the time to speak up. Antonio, come here. Last one of this batch. Last bundle of my first batch. Smell good yet? Want to go rinse that leaf off for me?
That mud?
Yeah, it's a plant.
Really wash it.
In the sink. Antonio, stop following him. Until you build your self-esteem not around your hair. In fact, like even once I could grow my hair back out, I didn't grow my hair back out for a few years so that I could just be used to my hair not being part of my self-esteem. And in fact, my mom complained about it for so long that I wouldn't grow my hair back out.
Today, she will have no choice but to revisit history again and again. A fateful drive. Terrible time. Traveling to a dimension not only of sight,
Sound but of mind.
with the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of one's fear and one's love. You are now traveling.
John needs to be washed too.
But gently.
What the hell is that?
Just dirt.
Want some more?
Kind of always surprised if they get to the Super Bowl. To be honest.
Pull over.
Was that the year of the shooting? The Baltimore? Or bombing or whatever at the... Yeah, it was a shooting, I'm pretty sure. You ever notice that people get Super Bowl wins after tragedies? That's why I asked. Like, not to be crass, but it's true. Tragedies, new stadiums. That's when you're most likely to get an unlikely Super Bowl victory. Like, if you get an unlikely Super Bowl ring, or like even just like, wow, how the fuck they even get to the Super Bowl? Usually they had a tragedy or a new stadium. That's why I'm like, is that the year that they had a tragedy? That would make sense. It's like all the owners come together and are like, hey, let's give that state's economy a boost. Let's get that state's economy a helping hand and tell people it's not so scary to come back here.
What are you staring over there?
Huh?
Damn, man, that's fucking scary. I was like, I was gonna ask you, what are you staring?
The base for my drink.
Mm. Oh,
Inspired this generation.
goes up,
Crazy as it sounds,
goes up, skirt.
Yeah.
Huh?
Strong person. How did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do that?
Oh.
I need 3 pieces of this education. Why do you shower? Because I asked. It's not sufficient ground. All right, so here's the next one. Wow. Should be calling 911 company bullshit.
Well,
What is that?
Another seasoning.
Put it down on the table now. Scared me off. Yeah, put it down. What?
you okay? Hmm?
But I have to introduce myself. People does think the best apple pie is so anywhere. Can't turn down that. I think my thing to carry that girl on the phone. What? Nothing more important than family. You get that one. Thank you. Bye.
It's funny.
What keeps that pizza up?
We were not driving this vehicle out the door.
I know what you're saying. This is my car. Why would it be my car? Why would it be my car?
You know what's in your house. It can't.
It's my car. And I am driving my car.
What's not? You gotta talk to the principal on the phone.
Huh? It's my car. And I'm going to take my car out of this fucking parking lot.
There it is.
We have friendly friends, time to meet a friend. I have friends, I definitely have friends. Friendly friends, time to meet a friend.
I don't know. I just need to figure out how to get.
What? Antonio, stop. Maybe not. Probably eventually investigate the cop's death. Like maybe more problems.
Yes.
Bigger. Like before it was on the cop. Now kind of you. Not like the cop isn't objectively hunting you. Just like unfortunately murder isn't allowed in defense. We keep asking him to change that though.
Truth.
My green's going. Greens take like a little while. Like so the things that take the longest to cook are really the greens and the game hens. So I'm doing those two first. And then the potatoes and macaroni and cheese will finish up while they're cooking. I said the greens and the game hens are what's going to take the longest to cook. And then the potatoes and macaroni and cheese will finish up while they're cooking. Because they will take like about 3 hours. So. I have noticed cooking like an hour and a half, but the flavor is better in 3. It's edible after an hour and a half. Oops, I forgot my bowl. Can you give me that big bowl on the counter?
Which one?
Big old silver one.
Has something sticking out of it?
Does it? What's sticking out of it?
It's like a spoon or something.
Okay. Yes. Big ass silver bowl.
Bravo.
Almost dropped something.
There's no training fields at least for college that was closed up before they were
No. But be a good roommate. Why not? Right here. Not that you can do it. Go on, Dory. Walk to that kid.
She didn't break the camera. Told you.
Nina Harris. Only by embracing her past. With love, not magic.
Can you go dump those in my pot?
Future. This time of year, we have a duty to be kind to strangers and weird.
Someone in here, Captain.
She's double mugged up.
Yep.
Have you had any death training?
This is a real good guy, everybody. Extreme tourist.
She wants to say something over here.
Can't believe this in the word out of my mouth.
Thank you.
Experiencing mental breakdown. About you people.
No, you.
No business partners, no matter religion.
It's the Actor from Walking Dead. What? Yeah. You sound ridiculous. I'll just wait till it's over. I still have not seen a show that's worth that. And I really love television, but I still have not been able to tell somebody, yeah, you have to binge all 8 or 7 seasons of this to be ready for like the next season. It's so worth it. I can't in good faith tell somebody to do that. I'm like, yep, you can if you want, but if not, just wait till it's over. Even if we don't know if that'll be, even if it's like supernatural and it's like, maybe it'll never be over. Who knows? Still not gonna press on someone that a show is worth binging 8 years of TV. That's an oversell. I can't imagine the show living up to that. So. Like, I still don't think Game of Thrones is like as good as people think it is. At all. I think Game of Thrones should have got canceled after season 1. My honest opinion. I will say the show gets better and better. 100%. It does get better and better. But that doesn't mean that it deserved the opportunity to get better and better. Because when I watched it, I was just thinking about all the shows that got canceled after their first season. And this show is allowed to keep going. And I'm like, so wait a second. I just watched a whole show about dragons. I just watched the whole first season. And there weren't any dragons until the last episode of the first season, I think. Maybe that was when we saw a dragon and it was a baby. Like that's to let you know that's what you get into when you go watch Game of Thrones. Don't think you're gonna be like, oh, here we go, dragons. No. You don't see an adult dragon on Game of Thrones until season 4. You have to wait. So you have to watch you might as well don't watch it until you're ready to spend a whole weekend getting to the dragons. Cause that's how long it takes. And I was hot. I was mad as shit. I was just talking mad shit in my stream until I'm like, really? Really? Wow. I was like, so everyone was really hype as shit over this show that has the audacity to be clear, not have a dragon. And then all the brown people are slaves. And then a white girl comes to free them? And 2 white guys wrote this? And it's based off a book written by a white person? And I'm like, and this isn't imaginative. Okay, here's my thing. It's not that Game of Thrones isn't good. What? And special, or it's in the Middle Ages, and that's why it had to be racist. Which one is it? It either had to be racist and rapey because it's in the Middle Ages, or it's a fantasy and they could have done whatever the fuck. That's what one or the other essentially are happening, and it's still racist and rapey. You could have had a more enlightened Middle Ages or Middle Ages where females were more dominant. There are societies where that has happened, so could have prevailed. That's okay. But I'm just saying there are other people writing more imaginative shit. And when I watch something, I'll be like, just saying that stuff got canceled during its season 1. You can't even describing that show to people is so hard because it created its own genre of sci-fi. You're you can't be it's about robots or it's about clones or it's about aliens. You can't say any of that. You have to be like, it's about the next stage of human evolution leading to a civil war amongst humanity, a secret civil war. And that's like the most vague description you could give of like this ridiculously detailed, amazing sci-fi show that is about like people who are like, you're all born at the same time, unknowingly, all around the world. And then at another point, like say when you're 30, you're reborn all again at the same time. But now you're all connected, like psychically and like beyond psychically as one person. So now all 8 of you will share each other's memories and experiences for the rest of your lives. And it makes you all like superhuman. It's like becoming a mutant all of a sudden when you're 30. But, and the type of mutant you are, when you become this type of mutant, you're tied to 8 other mutants. And you become like a mutant hive. And it gets just fucking cooler and cooler. And then they're like canceled. And you're like, what? Oh. And you know who created and produced and made the show? You know who created and produced and made the show? The sisters that made The Matrix. Yeah. So those two, like, you know, who were brothers but transitioned, so they're sisters. The Wachowskis. They made it. So you know it's amazing, right? Even they couldn't get something that amazing and inventive to last. But some basic ass, racist ass, rapey shit? Well, it has dragons. So I mean, keep it going. Let's have spin-offs. Like 7, 8 kingdoms, 1 brown one. All the other brown people are slaves somehow. And I was just like, huh. Also, if you notice on the show, it also kind of has had a subplot with the slavery where like the kind of brown people in the desert had still maintained slavery, but like but I'm not saying like I didn't enjoy the show for what it was. I'm just saying I've seen better shows. So I wouldn't give it a 10. I'd give it like a 7.5 and 8.
Which one?
Game of Thrones. I'd give Sense8 a 10 and it didn't even get to finish. They get they gave them 2 seasons and then they let them come back and make a movie to resolve the plots for the series. Also, the show was make Big Bang Theory per episode $1 million. The Friends got paid each that. Antonio, stop. Like the Friends, all the Friends. I'm like $1 million per episode is that much. It sounds like a lot. You're like, oh, $1 million episode is a lot. Is it? Is $1 million episode a lot? There are shows where every actor's getting paid $1 million. So I'm just like, is $1 million a lot? So we're getting Big Bang Theory that's like $7 million an episode to watch people sit on couches. And since 8, where literally every episode's taking place in like 8 to every episode's taking place in 5 to no. They're gonna call me right back. 1 second. Okay, good. Every episode's taking place in like 5 to 8 countries, and every actor is like from a different country. And the show's being carried on in like 5 different languages. And we're being told like $1 million to make it is too much. I am not convinced, ma'am. Like, people literally want them to just remake all of season 8 of Game of Thrones. Just that. Just remake an entire season that costs tens of millions of dollars to make.
I mean, you don't gotta stir that pot.
I do, but I'm about to dump these in it, so I have to season it and stir. Tens of millions of dollars to make, and people wanting to remake it. If tens of millions, it probably cost over that. Probably in total, 100 million plus. No, actually, yeah, each episode probably cost tens of millions, realistically, to make Game of Thrones. Once you add in CGI, like, okay, all the actors, all the cast, all the crew, which people really are not factoring in crew. The crew does not want to go fucking back out there. People are thinking like, make the actors go back out there. The crew does not want to go back out there. That's what they're not thinking about. The crew doesn't want to go back out there. The people that make the costumes and have to follow the actors around with the costumes, they don't want to go back out there. The people that make the sets, they don't want to be back in that snow. They were cold. They have families. They're like, I actually got paid sufficiently and have another job to do that is in a warmer climate, so thank you. People are like, they should just be happy to have work. Like, bitch, they have another job. Like, they trust me, they worked on Game of Thrones. They were hired on another job already. They already have more work. They don't need to redo Game of Thrones in that torturous climate. Like, so paying all the crew, all the equipment for the seasons. Then you have to remarket it and all that. After all that, I'm sure 100 million at least. My arms are a little tired. I wanna keep
Some help with it.
Are you good at peeling potatoes?
Heck yeah, I'm the peeling potato champion.
I'm telling you, stop. Let me take a dab and shake it off. Well, first I'll hit this pipe, then I'll take a dab.
I like that.
Oops. I don't want to stop. I just want to keep on loving you. I think the episode was playing that song because now it's stuck in my head. I think so. Puppy Pupperson. What's good in the neighborhood? Yes, I'd take that dab, but let me untie these because they'll dry off. Even though I don't want to dry off too much. Use that little bit of water on. Oh. No, I have to do that part. See, that's the thing. I'm honestly terrible at having help when it comes to cooking. That's why I have to start the day before. Because
Oh, you're gonna sit with that?
because
Maybe I'm gonna move this way so you can sit over there.
Yeah, I'm terrible at having help when it comes to cooking because I'm so picky about how everything gets done.
I need to spill potato.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. No, but no, like chopping vegetables. Like people could usually normal people ask for help with chopping vegetables, but I don't.
You like chocolate?
No, I don't. I'm just very picky about how my vegetables are chopped. So I only ask people to chop vegetables if I know I can correct them and they can be corrected. And like, no, I need a smaller dice than that. And they'll be like, oh, and they'll dice it smaller. But like some people, you say that to them and they're like, what? Like, I'm chopping it. Your chopping is to the centimeter. So you get pretty if you're a chef, like you get pretty about how you like things cut. So the only reason I'm not super picky about my chopping now is because I don't have a good set of knives, so I can't be more picky. If I had a really good set of knives, I'd be way more picky than I am now. It's just that I don't have a good set of knives, so it limits me. But once I get a good set of knives again, show you, I'll be able to keep them sharp and. Why do you keep coming up here and distracting me, puppers? I have to go wash my hands. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this. Thanks a lot for this. My dog is all the. You're the one who keeps unplugging my phone. It's you and your shenanigans. I'll move it out of the way. Are you happy now? Are you happy, little dog? Little dog Jones. Huh? Little dog Jones. You want a spoiler for The Walking Dead?
No.
I'm gonna give it to you anyway. He was my favorite character until they killed him off.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that won't really be a serious spoiler because you have no idea when they're gonna kill him off. And they kill off a lot of people. Main characters are not safe. Like, no, they killed him off last season. You asked. You asked. Spoiler alert for The Walking Dead. Like, you asked. They killed him off last season. So yeah, even the main guy is gone now. I'm pretty sure. And I didn't think he could kill him. I was like, it can't be the show without him, right? In a world where white leads aren't safe. No, really. The Walking Dead will murk your fave. Because at first people had plot armor because like if you didn't die in the comic books, it was like you weren't gonna die. Or you would only die the way you died in the comic books, I guess. But then they played in the comic books. And then it was just like a free for all. I guess. I don't know.
Nobody's safe.
Maybe in the comic books they killed Rick. I stopped keeping up. And I'm pretty sure Rick is dead. Hold the storm. You don't want to know. If I tell you, then you'll just have another death to look forward to. So I'll just not tell you. So when you watch the show, you can not know unless the internet tells you at some point. Basically, you'll probably find out because once you start watching the show, you'll make the mistake of looking at the show on the internet, which I always tell people not to do. I'm like, if you start binging a show, do not look it up online. Don't Google it. Don't look it up. Don't look up the hashtags. Don't look it up on Twitter or Tumblr or Instagram because then it's ruined. You will see everything about the show that has ever happened in 5 minutes and then it's over. Antonio, come here. No more mystery. The mystery's over. It was like you were dating somebody, right? And you're falling in love and you had a whole future ahead of you. And then you just opened it to see how they were going to turn into a crazy monster in a year and a half, and now it's over. You're like, well, I don't even know if I want to get invested in this shit now. I mean, you do see along the way, like, oh, well, there's going to be some great sex about 6 months. That she's like, that's just what I tell people. It's just with me.
Just
Antonio.
you were born. That leash is gone.
My dog is such a dick.
Mm.
He has every path in this apartment to walk right now. But he takes the one path, the tiny sliver right here, where he has to step over like 6 cords, including the cord that's connecting like the microphone to the computer. I mean, the camera to the computer, and could like disconnect the whole stream. Like, why step there? Why there? Why there? Why that tiny little path there? That's not even a path. It's like, it's obviously not a path. Why would you step there? He's like, oh, it looks like I should wiggle through that like a tiny rat. Seems like.
Did you see that? You guys did not see that.
I saw something. What's this actor's name? Playing the main cop in this episode. There's two famous people in this episode. Him.
This is Greg Kinnear, right?
That's who it is. See, you did know his name.
No, you can tell me that. What into this? That's good.
It's Greg Kinnear. That's who I meant. I forgot he was in it. I was like, I kept not looking at his face when he kept coming on scene. Yeah. Greg Kinnear is also in this episode. Okie dokie. Antonio, stop. Come over here. Stay. Out. It's alright. I'm gonna roast some heads of garlic. Roast some. Forgot my knife.
You're the Wonder Kid, right?
Antonio, be careful.
What's in it right there? Figures.
Yeah. He's straight up like laying on the computer. Gonna click something. This episode is wild. Probably because it could definitely relate. This is one of those episodes where it's like one of those Twilight Zone episodes that you're like, I hope it doesn't really happen one day. A lot of Twilight Zone episodes have come true. Hopefully this is not going to be one of them. You're Okay. I'll get a minute. I'll get a minute.
No, just kidding.
Sure can try. What's so ridiculous about this episode is that, like, it feels like there's a small chance it could happen.
I'm glad you asked me about Iraq. It's an intriguing question, and it is well worth answering. It's not specific sound bites.
Wait. Sorry. Yeah, but that's my everything I've asked you. The first primary debate is 1 week away. I don't know why you hired me. Just because you goddamn shit shot. Go ahead, I don't know why. You're joking. It's a pipe show.
Stop. Come over here. Good boy. Good boy. It's okay. It's okay. It's just people leaving their house. Stop barking. Stop. Don't make me touch you. Where's my hands? Wash my hands.
I started this whole thing.
This is so ridiculous. Why? Why get him elected? Like, just for your ego?
Where am I going to put the?
But we promise.
Where are we going to put the stuff that's falling?
In the bowl. That's what the bowl's for.
Oh, cool.
Wow. I'm It's almost like they elected a child. But a child who understands blackmail thoroughly. Because he has parents that let him blackmail them.
Is that right there? Is that fly over there?
Okay. No old doctors. Three should be enough as president of the United States. Actually, you can put it on the counter for me. Can you put it on the counter for me? Or the table? Wherever. I need to smoke.
Okay. I never knew. Sucks. Well, Frank, could use the company. My sister has one, and the secretary has one. Sucks.
Oh wait, this scene is so amazing. I don't know, can you? He hit him with the dark lights and then said, "This treason thing." This treason thing.
I never get it on the first try. No. You don't get the stick. You just back. You back me unconditionally. I was right. You're lying. Pull up my time, dog. My dog's dying, Matt. He's dying. I pretend
I'm such a good actor.
he's back on my team. No! I want a holy one! There! Holy one! I win!
That's not the way it works.
Is it? I said it was a holy one. Not good. Do you support me? Or are you creepy? Mr. President. I'm not President. Mr. President. Good. So it wasn't right?
You know, this series is really good. I will say it has a level of realism.
Twilight Zone?
This Twilight Zone series has almost feels like more real, like more in touch with our reality. The Twilight Zone series. And maybe that's just because it's in our time. Maybe if we had lived in the 50s and 60s, the other Twilight Zone series would feel more tangible to us. Like, my mom doesn't like Twilight Zone. She will not watch my Thanksgiving Twilight Zone marathon because of the episode with the pig faces by the boulder. She watched it when it was a kid. She was a kid. It scared her so much that she doesn't like the Twilight Zone. And I'm like, I remember that episode watching it when I was a kid. It's one of the reasons I liked Twilight Zone. My mom showed me almost everything that freaked her out when she was a kid. And I'm like, why did you show it to me then? Twilight Zone. Mm-hmm. This episode, you really have to pay attention. You should come to this chair so you don't doze off. You read.
I'm not dozing off.
Because I wasn't paying attention at first, and like, I was like, oh, I should be.
Antonio.
Antonio Bean. If you're not begging for one person's attention, you're begging for another, aren't you? Alright, I need to get these hens in. I just had to give my back a break for a second before I butter them up, literally. Butter them up, butter them up, butter them up, or you'll die.
Oh, this is the episode that we're just previewing?
Uh-huh. So yeah, I'll show you that Sense8 show, but I'm not going to show it to you until like a weekend when you have time to binge it. And you have to stay awake because it's really good, and it's meant to be watched like a movie, really, like straight through.
Just one episode.
No,
How many?
8 to 10, and there's probably more than that in a season. But like, you need to at least watch it. It's not worth it to watch less than that. When people watch less,
How long are they?
an hour. When people don't watch like the full season in like a day or two, I'm like, look, just finish it. Like, you need to just finish the first season. Like, you. Antonio, stop. Stop. We all hear the whistling. Stop barking. Stop. Antonio, stop. Stop. Puppy, you better stop it with your nonsense. Antonio, come here. Stop. Lay down. Boy. Careful. I think this would be harder with nails. Oh, shit. Puncture. It's actually easier. Puncture so far. Don't get that. Shh. Shh. Shh.
See, this is like the other one, the last man on earth. This is the last survivors.
I'm not going to spoil it for you. No, I really like those Kleenex. Don't shed much. They're excellent if you have allergies. They're not super linty.
What's that? Because of the butter?
Honestly, I like to wear gloves most of the time when I handle poultry. But especially for what I'm about to do. About to super molest these birds. It's actually the small, hey boo, the smaller the bird, the harder this is to do. So doing this on Cornish game hens, especially without breaking the skin, it's no easy feat. I think quails is like the next smaller bird doing this on. You like go, because you go underneath the skin like that, you see? So you get the butter underneath it. Because, I mean, yeah, you can baste all you want on top of the skin, but what does that do for you? You want the flavor on the meat directly, all throughout the entire cooking process. So you get all under and in between that skin. Up on the thighs there.
She was on the eyebrows.
There you go. And now I'll do the little drumette on this side. Now on the other side. See, I went under once before I used the butter to like loosen the skin. And people like to cook them breast up for prettiness, but I cook them breast down so that the breasts don't dry out and stay tender. And then you can present them breast up if you want. On the plate, but cooking them that way is just too risky.
Today.
Let me go. Get ready to get molested. Oh no, it's got a busted leg.
It's trying to run away. He couldn't run away fast enough.
They were like,
She
nope.
got hit by
Back into captivity, sweetie.
this is taking too long.
What is?
Duration to arrival.
This one's got spinach. No judgment, honey. You know, I didn't really learn to do this in school. Trying to remember where I first saw this done.
On telly?
Hmm?
On TV?
Maybe I might have thought of it like via stuff I think I put it together via other stuff I learned in school. Like in school, they taught us stuff about going under the skin and even like just turning the whole chicken leg inside out and then stuffing it. And like the more hands it like that's just
Not to mention the more like techniques put into it.
yeah, it's like the more technique, but also like, you know,
'Cause
hands
that
have to
shit is like,
hands had to touch it for that technique.
takes too long. just
That's
to-
why when people like complain about like people touching their food, I'm like, you real hold on.
So extra.
Melts it down and use it for basting.
Homesick. There's no more California in Earth, man.
Uh-oh. Bearded guy is so ironic in this episode. Obviously. Wake up, sheeple. This is the irony. Who cares? You question the simulation. And then, yeah, I'm right. But he's just so caught up that he refuses to sit down. Have you ever gotten into an argument with someone like this where you're like, it's not that I'm even saying you're wrong. It's that I'm saying this isn't going to convince anybody. I'm just like, is coming at anybody like this ever going to work? Like, who wants to listen to this shit? Like, he even said it's a simulation based on crew morale. And it's a test of he believes that it's a test of a species survival, that he doesn't think that other species really have survived. Do you think anyone wants to hear that? Do you think like you sound like a decent person right now? Do you hear yourself? You sound like a monster. I'm like, you can't say that to people. Doesn't matter what you think. And that's what people used to tell me as a kid. And I didn't understand, but I don't get how people like made it all the way to adulthood. And like, didn't people tell you as a kid that you can't just say that? People will think you're a monster. My sister-in-law is really nice. But when we have long conversations about things, she thinks the same way as me about most things. I mean, there's things, of course, I mean, not that she doesn't have her own opinions. It's like, but she'll have just like the same strong, bitchy opinion as me, but she has like a really nice way of expressing it to people. So she doesn't seem like a cunt in the end. And I'll be like, how come when you say it, they still want to spend time with you, But when I say
Yeah. Oh shit, they got there. Never mind. All right. Yep. Peel a whole box of carrots. Right?
thank you for your peeling services. You did a carrot.
We can do it on that carpet.
I'm